Wait,
You're not
normal
supposed
post.
to.
You have to take them to the
Like Best Buy and put them into the.
like in a
There's
special.
like a
Well,
large
everyone
bowl.
garbage.
I thought that was just.
This is just an environmental PSA for the people watching over the live stream. Apparently, not supposed to throw away batteries.
Organic agriculture. That's one.
Organic agriculture.
Okay. So rebuttals. We have link turns and impact turns. These are parts of a case. Okay, go back. Go back. What's a link? We have about 4 mambas left. Yeah, Shane.
How an argument relates to a resolution.
Marvelous. We have cherry, orange, raspberry, and strawberry.
Cherry.
Okay,
Good choice.
incorrect.
Orange is the best.
Okay, what's an impact? Yeah, Carson. Yeah, what's the end effect? How does it affect people? How does it relate to the world? What do you want of what's left? Strawberry, raspberry, orange. Okay, that's the correct answer. Go, yeah, help each other out. Thank you very much. Okay, so, correct. Link, it connects the resolution to the impact. It's like the how to your impact. It's the why. This is also called the warrant. Sometimes you have a link that doesn't have a warrant. Like, can someone give me an example of that? Like, a link without a warrant. Okay, first of all, what's a warrant? Josie. No. Shane? Also no. Albert? Okay.
It's like why, like your dad's particular.
It's the why behind things. It's why the source connects to your claim. Like, someone give me an example of a link without a warrant then. Thanks, Ethan. You're a much better thrower than I am. Yeah, Alex?
Not really related, but like.
Yeah.
So if I were to find like a study
Yeah.
that established like causality,
Mm-hmm.
policy change and impact, would this really explain why that occurred?
Yeah, exactly. That would be a great example. Like is there more to your question? Okay. Well, if you have, there's like a lot of sources out there that say this leads to a blank percent increase in this. Like that happened in the case a lot, but there wasn't any warranting for why really, because like, sure, abolishing the capital gains tax can create jobs, but why and how? Like you need to, like a lot of times a common crossfire question is like, what is the warranting to this? Because like, what is your warrant to this? Because sometimes there isn't like a clear reason why something will happen and people just throw numbers and pray that they'll stick. A lot of times there will also be like things that just say, for example, organic agriculture helps the soil and helps it retain carbon. Why? Like, we don't really know that unless you look a little bit deeper and you know your evidence specifically. So you have to be really careful that you have a warrant behind each of your links and a warrant behind each of your arguments. Okay, and that's another thing you can attack. Okay. Okay, yeah, what we were working on really helps with just not leaving anything untouched because usually people will use the things that you don't touch against you and you'll be like, you'll always hear, my opponents never touched my second contention subpoint A, therefore this is the winning point of the round and you should vote solely on this. Okay, that's usually kind of trash because usually they've responded to something else like a link somewhere in there or they responded to their subpoint B which refutes their subpoint A. It gets complicated, but so you have to make sure you at least say something about subpoint A and subpoint B. What's a way to do that if you only have a response on their subpoint B that also affects their subpoint A? Like, how would you introduce that, Max?
So, talk about how you can review their subpoint B, and then think about how your subpoint B connects to their A, and then transition it to say, yeah, that also will refute subpoint A.
Yeah, that's close. Lucy, did you have your hand raised? Okay. Shane?
Like say subpoint B is like South Dakota and subpoint A is the U.S. So if you refute the U.S., it would refute South Dakota.
Yeah, like if it's a smaller example within a larger example, that's another thing too. Another thing is just grouping. Like I group together their subpoint A and subpoint B. That way you at least mention something about the two of them so it's not like you're just ignoring and you're assuming that they'll understand their own link chain. Never assume that your opponents understand their own link chain, because sometimes that is incorrect. So always explain group subpoint A and B, or this takes out their subpoint A, as well as Max was saying, something along those lines. So we have our two major ways to respond to an argument. I was going to animate these slides as well. That never happened. Refuting and outweighing. This attacking the link and attacking the impact is not always correct. You can also refute an impact. How would that work? How would you refute an impact, Shane?
You would say like it doesn't go this way, it goes the other way, but you would probably give a car on that.
Yeah. Anything else? Yeah. That would be closer to a link argument, like their link chain isn't solid. If that does that make sense? Okay. Bethany? Yeah. Yeah. Anything else on refuting impacts? Jameson.
Process doesn't make sense. Nuclear war doesn't really make sense for this topic.
Yeah, usually that's a bit of a weaker argument, because if they have a link chain to it, it will eventually make sense to this topic because they put in a lot of work in their cards to do so. But it's always something to say, and it's always out there, and lay judges will buy that. Okay, Ben? Yep, and that's outweighing. Okay. Let's click on to the next slide. Okay, yeah, refuting, because I think we're getting to weighing later. Okay, so yeah. Go back. How are ways to refute if you didn't see those? Ways to refute something. Jameson, was that a hand? Let's hear it. This doesn't make sense. Yeah, what would that... We talked about deconstructing, card dumping, turning, and outweighing at the beginning. Which one would that fall under? Deconstructing, outweighing, card dumping, deconstructing, right. You're going through the link chain and saying, like, this is the place where it doesn't make sense. Their argument just, like, falls from their link chain itself. Okay, what's another way to refute something? Bethany? Yeah, providing more reliable evidence. That's always something good, too. And that's usually saying something to the contrary. Okay. For evidence, you can either have something that says, this doesn't happen, or you can say, this causes something else. Do you guys get the distinction between those two different pieces of evidence? Okay, so just as an example, for like organic agriculture, we can have like a study, say that AF brings up carbon capture, right? Their evidence say organic agriculture leads to carbon capture in soil, right? The con has two options of, or there's two types of cards that they could bring up. There's like organic agriculture leads to more carbon in the atmosphere, or there's also organic agriculture does not lead to carbon capture. Do you guys get the difference between those? Okay, which one is the turn and which one's just a refutation? Josie. Yeah, so a refutation is just saying, this doesn't happen, right? And then a turn is saying the opposite happens, right? Okay, next slide. There we go. Okay, so also going over links, it's called delinking, and that's always fun to do and fun to say when you can just say, you can delink the rest of their arguments, and therefore their impacts no longer weigh in today's round, something like that. Yeah, provide a logical reason. That's all. That's one thing that we missed. That's what we were working on at the very beginning. When you don't have cards, you have to rely on logic, or you're fast typing and Google searching on your computer. Logic is always like a decent way to go if you're really struggling with something.
You should make sure that if you're responding to something with logic, that what you're saying itself is actually logical, because not all judges are going to buy you saying this doesn't make sense if it clearly does make sense. So, making an analytical argument, that's an argument just analyzing their stuff without evidence. It should still have some basis in them being wrong and not you just saying stuff to say stuff.
Yeah. Okay, next slide. Turns. Beautiful. Okay.
Two types of turns.
Two types of turns. Impact turn, and if someone didn't hear what else he said, link turn. Beautiful. Okay. So what would be an example of a link turn? Shh. Not that example. Any other example. Jameson.
Like organic agriculture doesn't lead to nuclear war, it leads to civil unrest.
No. Right?
I mean, I guess that would still be some form of link turn, but it wouldn't be a good one because that you're still arguing something bad happens.
Turning it, but again, it's you're turning it to a different reason, but it's against the side you're going for.
Adel, you had your hand raised. What were you thinking?
Like an example,
Yeah.
organic agriculture doesn't lead to deforestation, it lets more plants grow.
Yeah, that's pretty close. Okay. So, like, say the con is running deforestation. Like, their whole link chain is like organic agriculture takes up more space, therefore deforestation happens. Your link turn would be something along the lines of organic agriculture takes up less space, it provides more space for plants to grow, and therefore less deforestation. So instead of like an increase, there's a decrease. So like if there's an economic point, if there's an increase in this, then there isn't an increase in the other thing, there's a decrease. Like it's just sort of like an opposites sort of deal. So link turns, yeah, or decreasing organic agriculture hurts the economy, and then you just say no. It actually boosts the economy through this thing. You always have to have a reason for your link. You can't just say, no, the opposite is true, and then sit down. Always have evidence behind it. That's always cool. Okay, then what's an example of an impact turn? Anyone? Shane.
It would be like, they say that deforestation would eventually, the impact of it is that it would be bad to have organic farming because it would just lead to more deforestation and there's less trees, that's bad. But you turn that into, there will actually be more trees, so that's good because this will actually happen and you rely harder.
No, not quite, not quite. Anyone else? Savannah?
Going off the example of deforestation equals less trees, which is bad when you just less trees are good.
Yes. So it's taking the actual impact itself and saying, instead of impact bad, impact is good. So, like, what's a realistic example of this? Because all I can think of are, like, really, really weird ones. Like, trees are bad.
Like for deforestation or GMOs?
Anything.
Okay, well, I suppose under GMOs, like if you have it impacting out into, say, some of the stuff up here,
Okay, let's say inflation.
yeah, say you're going over economy, you're going up to inflation, right? You could argue, although, say your opponent's impact is economy, the impact is inflation, right? Even though it's kind of hard to say it in like this economy, you could say that a little amount of inflation is actually a good thing because the Fed does target like 2% inflation every year. If you didn't have an inflating economy, then there wouldn't actually be economic growth. So it kind of depends on how you spin it, but a lot of impacts that your opponents can bring up can be spun to good things. It's better if your opponent's impacts are like clearly good things and not spinning we need nuke war to reduce the population because otherwise our planet's going to run out of resources. No judge will ever buy that, and if they do, you should not feel bad about losing that round if you did.
Like maybe for like military conflict, and you say like there's gonna be more military build in this one country, and then say that like military build would happen.
Yeah, that's a really good example. Like, military intervention is something that's debatable, where some people think it's good, a lot of people think it's bad. Where if some people say more boots on the ground is a good thing, you can turn that and say more boots on the ground is a bad thing. Simple as that. Okay. Yeah, we have. Oh, we forgot internal link turn.
If you didn't look at internal link turn, what's an internal link turn?
Anyone? Any guesses? Simpata.
So like the link
We're double checking.
I mean,
Oh.
link turn and link turn are like getting kind of close.
Yeah, okay, so. Okay. So let's just pull up the example, because
Yeah.
it's hard for me to come up with an example of these on the spot. So, Bob says, decreasing organic agriculture causes a recession, which increases poverty. And then you say, no, a recession doesn't increase poverty. A recession actually decreases poverty because X. So, which part of the first sentence are we saying is wrong? Increases poverty, yeah. So then we say there's a different link to this thing, or so first of all, recession doesn't apply. Second of all, the recession decreases poverty, or does the opposite of what they're saying for blank reason. Got it. Okay, next slide. Turns. Okay, double turning yourself. It's happened a lot. So what happens if, let's say we're going with carbon emissions, or like greenhouse gases, and your opponent's running soil captures carbon, which is good for the environment. What is an example of double turning, or like what's a turn on the link? Soil captures carbon, which reduces greenhouse gas. Shane.
Actually capture carbon because of, say, deforestation.
A turn would be it increases the amount of carbon. Yeah. So you have to make sure you're going all the way around and you're just reversing it. So you'd say, yeah, organic agriculture increases carbon. Then what would be an example of an impact turn on less greenhouse gas is good? I'm confusing myself.
Yeah, so if you're saying if your impact is that less greenhouse gases are good, then the turn on that would be more greenhouse gases are good. So now let's put both of those together in one refutation and see what it sounds like.
Actually, organic agriculture leads to more carbon. I'm confusing myself too.
Me too. Okay, I'm gonna write it on the board.
Decreasing organic.
Okay.
deforestation
Forge ag captures carbon. That's
which increases poverty is what they said.
not poverty, but like, okay, this is the link, and the impact is, yeah, like,
less carbon.
less carbon. Less carbon. Less carbon good. Okay. Right? This works?
Yes.
Ethan? I feel like I'm doing this wrong.
Yeah, okay, so looking at this example, it actually kind of follows like a weird chain, because if you're saying that organic agriculture doesn't capture carbon, then you actually lead into the impact that more greenhouse gases are good. So
What's another example that I can use?
let's change carbon to methane, because we'll go with livestock.
Okay. Then.
Yeah, so we'll just replace carbon with methane, and then I think the link there could be that organic agriculture increases livestock. It wouldn't really make sense to put in a case, but we're just trying to make an example of a double turn there.
Okay.
So, like, it wouldn't have to necessarily be like a link chain sort of contention where one thing leads into the other, leads into the other. You could just do like environmental, or just a bunch of good stuff together.
Why can't I think? Do we have an example of a double turn on there?
There is an example of a double turn. So,
Okay, perfect.
pesticides.
There we go. We can actually just use the pre-written examples, so I don't have to fumble through trying to figure out something that's complicated to do. Okay, so you reduce pesticide use, and that is good. Or, and then you say, you increase pesticide use. Or, you actually increase pesticide use, I reduce it. And then you say, but then you turn the impact saying, pesticides are in your world you're using less pesticides, but that's a bad thing. Instead of saying, like, just using one term or the other, like, if you just use an impact term, you can say, reducing use is bad, and that makes sense. If you use a link term, you can say, no, you actually increase pesticide use, which is bad. But if you combine them together, you get something that backfires on you and you refute your own argument one way or the other. Have I made this any less confusing? Okay, good. Because I confused myself more. There we go. Okay, next turn. Turn? Okay, outweighing. Okay, who can name one, like, outweighing mechanism or impact calc thing? Scope, that's one. Time frame. Magnitude. Probability. Do we have one more? Okay, that's 4. I usually use severity instead of magnitude, so that's just where I get mixed up. Okay, so let's start off scope. What is scope? Geographical range, or like how big your impact is, or like how many people, how much, that sort of a deal. Or not how much. How many people it affects, or how many things it affects, that, so on and so forth. What is magnitude / severity, which I say are the same thing? How bad it is, like how much it does. Like, what would be an example of a severe impact versus a lame impact? Nuke war versus? Less carbon. Yeah. Or just simple civil unrest. Simple civil. Okay. Then let's say scope. What's an example of an argument with a wide scope versus small scope? Yeah, global versus national. What's like, give me some numbers. Say, yeah, say we're saying deaths, like 8 million people die versus 5,000 people die. You will say you outweigh on scope because more people die in your world, therefore that's worse than their impact, therefore you outweigh on scope. Yes. Okay, time frame. There's a few ways to do this. What's one way? What? More recent source. I feel like that's more with like evidence refutation. That's called post-dating, kind of. Some people say that, and that's a fancy way. Yeah, sooner rather than later is one thing. Yes, like long-lasting impacts versus short-lasting. I feel like short-term and long-term is a way to like talk about both things, because short-term are things that, yeah, okay. My brain is getting more and more dead the longer I talk about things. Okay, so yes, short-term versus long-term. What's an example of sooner rather than later? Your impact happens sooner, therefore it matters more. Yeah, nuclear war can happen right away. That therefore civil unrest doesn't matter because it could take years for that to build up and actually create something. There's another way to do time frame, which is called preempting. Anyone have an example of like how to preempt an argument, or why one argument would preempt another? Sophie? Darn. Okay. Okay. Trying to think off the top of my head. Ethan, if you come up with one first, let me know.
Be that like civil war or civil unrest would lead to nuclear war. That's preempting nuke war. Therefore, like time frame wise, the civil war or civil unrest has to come first.
I'm trying to think of cases. Okay. So it's like this thing has to happen in order for this next thing to occur. So like, in order for research and development to increase, you have to have investment into research and development. Does that kind of like bridge the gap a little bit? Okay. Then long-term versus short-term impacts, like long-lasting. Shut them out. Climate change versus? Yeah. Like climate change will be affecting us forever. versus a bad harvest. There we go. So like climate change and a bad harvest. Yeah, the bad harvest is like a short-term thing. Climate change is a long-term thing. Yeah. What's a thing that like, because it lasts longer, it is more important? This is usually used for like a good thing and a bad thing, or a bad thing and a good thing. Okay, I'll just give an example. Like an easy one is for economy. So one would be like a short-term decrease in job opportunities or a short-term spike in unemployment, something like that. But you'd have a long-term GDP rise, which would eventually bring jobs up with it. That makes sense. So it's like something long that eventually fixes the short-term impact. Okay, there we go. Yeah, usually bring this through with a refutation. Like, outweighing is good to use if you don't have anything else, but also it makes everything else more powerful too. So always use it in addition. Try to bring it in rebuttal again so it's easier in summary. Okay, we're gonna go through the slides really fast because we just went kind of through them. Magnitude and severity. Severity of the impact. Millions of deaths versus like a decrease in the pharmaceutical industry. Yeah. Okay, scope. Number of people impacted. I outweigh on scope because pandemic versus, through all countries versus civil war in one nation. Okay. Time frame. People lose healthcare, right? But then global extinction. And then thing enacted faster, so save more lives. Okay. And then short term versus long term, which we went over. Okay. Oh yeah, is it on there? Okay. Yeah, which one did we not cover? Oh yeah, sick. Okay. What's an example?
Congratulations, you won policy.
Woo!
Is much lower than the probability of poverty.
Exactly. Yeah, poverty is a much more realistic impact than nuclear war. Right. Okay. Ba-ba-da. Like healthcare, certain. Nuclear war, questionable. Okay. Yeah. And then like the validity of like it actually happening. Like take Putin like attacking the US power grid. Like how likely is that actually to happen? Not really. Like it's questionable. And if that's their only contention, just take it out with that cuz it's Putin. He's unreliable. Like, we don't know. His mood changes one day to the next. So, therefore, okay. Then, oh, we forgot this one too. Reversibility. This is fun.
Give us an example of reversibility.
What's reversibility? It's not set in stone. Yeah. What's another way to say that? Another outcome. Not quite. Okay.
There's a good way to think about this. Think like in combination with
Nuclear
magnitude.
fallout is hard to reverse, but not like broken ice.
Okay. Think about permanence. Permanence versus temporarity. Temporarity? That sounds very wrong. It's similar to short-term, long-term. Anna? Death versus injury. That's a really good way to say that. Okay. So yeah, can the damage be undone? Like, what's an example of this? Something that can be undone versus can't be undone. What can be undone? A bad harvest. Like, really, economic recession. That fixes itself eventually. Eventually. For reversibility or not reversible? Not reversible. Okay, I was going to say. Okay, so what's something about global recession that is reversible and what's something that isn't? Average median income. That'll fix itself. What is something that can't fix itself about a global recession? Dead people. Yeah, that's a really crude way of saying it. But yeah, usually with economic downturns, that really hurts the impoverished and even people who are higher up because if there's a major crash, there was a major like spike in suicide with the 2008 recession. So when the economy turns, like so do a lot of people's lives. So we need to make sure we look at all parts of a thing, and this is debate, so you use what's most beneficial to you. So sometimes that means ignoring lives, but you shouldn't. In real life. Yeah. Anything to add?
It's what we do now that preps us for the tough decisions later in life. Someday you'll have to weigh these things. At least one of you. Please make the right decision.
What an uplifting speech. Okay, next thing. Weighing game. Okay, we're gonna do one of these things at a time. Health benefits versus soil degradation. Okay, then this is for the resolution. Someone give me a way that health benefits outweigh soil degradation.
Soil degradation can be fixed easily, just get new soil. Health benefits.
Can you get new soil? Wait. Okay, discuss in your small groups why one would outweigh the other, vice versa. Okay, that works. I couldn't turn off the microphone and I didn't want to clap right into it for the poor people at home. Okay, what is one way health benefits outweigh soil degradation? How are health benefits better? Jameson.
Health benefits affect us, soil degradation affects soil.
That's a really shallow way of thinking of it.
Life versus dirt, basically.
What's a weighing mechanism?
Well, you can go to like a hardware store and get dirt. Health benefits take a while to change.
We'll discuss this in a little bit because this is a little flawed. Okay, Savannah.
So health benefits can also imply like suicide prevention, therefore saving one human life, and so we need to be alive to help the soil degradation. Otherwise, if we're gone, then it's just gonna get worse.
Yeah, we got to keep humans alive to take care of the soil. And that would be an example of what kind of thing for outweighing. Time frame, yes, what version of time frame? Preempting, exactly. Like this has to happen in order for this thing to happen. Do you want the last mamba? The orange one? Jeez. Okay. What's the way soil degradation could outweigh health benefits? Reversibility. Yeah, like once we run out of topsoil, we're kind of screwed.
Like, I don't know what this counts as, but like, if soil degrades, that will lead to less health harms.
Long term versus short term. Yeah. Okay, I'll come to you in 1 sec. We won't be able to grow anything because the soil is degraded. Yeah, so that's another like way of saying what she was saying. So long term versus short term. Like we can have the benefits now, but in a while, it's not going to work out. Max, what were you saying?
Magnitude, because the soil degradation is way more severe and can harm lives. We'd rather have no benefits but neutral. I don't know what the right word is, but you'd rather have neutral and no benefits than harms.
Yes, that makes sense. Is the AC dying on us again? I thought so too. It's 79.5, so this is fun. Okay, woo! So now nuclear war versus climate change. Discuss. Or you want to just shout them out to me? Okay, wait, raise hands, please. For the love of goodness. Okay, Josie. Time frame, how so? Exactly, yes, Otto. Probability, how so?
Nuclear war is way less likely to happen.
Yep.
Nuclear war sort of would happen immediately, but wait,
Okay, Nancy.
Sounds like magnitude, because like nuclear war renders like everything dead, basically, but like climate change only renders like half of the earth dead.
Yeah, pretty much. Haley?
It's kind of like Nazis, but thinking Russia and the U.S. both have enough nuclear weapons to destroy the world.
Yeah, so like severity sort of deal. Okay, let's workshop yours, Jameson. What were you starting to think like originally?
well, when I first looked at it, I was thinking nuclear war would cause a lot of climate change.
So that's almost like preempting, right? So yeah. So it's just forced climate change, like extra man-made climate change. Yeah. Okay. Anything else why climate change outweighs nuclear war? Climate change over nuclear war. Anyone? Anyone? Sioux Falls Christian table. Anything? Por favor. Oh, okay. Jameson.
If climate change gets hot enough, it could be possible to activate all the nukes, and then nuclear war happens anyways.
So you're saying, like, after climate change kills all of us,
And then it gets too hot.
then it gets even hotter, it'll destroy the rest of the life on Earth. Creative. Creative. Okay,
Only scientifically possible that actually no.
Everything on the earth would be dead before that happens.
okay, women empowerment versus GDP increase. Why is women empowerment more important?
Because women are people.
Okay, hands, please. Okay, I'm going front to back. Savannah.
Because GDP can be solved in the long run, but women empowerment like is a little bit more important because it just can't be solved by waiting.
Yeah, it can't be solved by waiting. GDP increase fixes itself. What would an example of that be? Or like what? Reversibility. Yeah. Okay. Otto, you had one.
Yeah, there's no women empowerment, like no one actually wants to empower them, and we won't want to help women for the GDP.
Yeah. So what would that be an example of? Anyone else? Preempting. Good. Josie. Okay, sounds good. Jameson.
I was gonna say what he said, but opposite. If we empower women, they'll.
Increase the GDP.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, over here.
That was exactly what I said.
Perfect. Sioux Falls Christian. Anything? Be creative. Shane, got anything for us? Women empowerment versus climate change or GDP increase. Why does women empowerment matter more? Women empowerment versus GDP increase. The third thing there. Why does it matter more?
I'm confused about which side I'm on.
You're saying why does women empowerment matter more than the GDP increasing?
Using weighing mechanisms.
Yeah.
Because they could just increase the GDP anyways, so more jobs, there's more people, the GDP will eventually go up if you have enough time.
Okay, so yeah, like a reversibility sort of time frame thing. Yeah. Okay, then I'll change it to GDP increase matters more than women empowerment. We'll start Sioux Falls Christian. Magnitude, how so? It affects everyone, yes. Or I'd say that's not magnitude. Scope, good. Okay, over here. Why does GDP increase matter more than female empowerment? Jameson?
If the GDP increases or decreases, then women will be less empowered because there's less jobs.
Sure. There we go. Haley.
Most of the time, women just empower themselves.
Women can do it themselves. Pull them up by their own bootstraps. Yeah, no. Okay, over here was that, did I see a hand a while ago? Okay, sick. Queer mental health benefits versus vaccine misinformation. Why do queer mental health benefits? Okay, this was in reference to social media, if that gives you any context, why does one matter more than the other? So this is like pro social media, queer mental health benefits, good. But queer, or not queer, social media also leading to vaccine misinformation. How do we weigh these? Josie. Severity, how so? Okay, would that be severity?
Better example of severity would probably be vaccine misinformation can kill people. Oh wait, yeah.
There we go.
But then I
Good.
can track mental health thing too.
There we go. Okay.
Way easier, so.
Okay. Vaccine misinformation kills less people. Yeah. Anything else? What? Yes, that would be scope. Because you're thinking about amount and number. Max? Okay, let's settle down real quick. Probability? For which?
Queer mental health benefits are way more likely and are benefiting way more than the probability of people who are giving out vaccine misinformation.
Okay, like more people benefited from mental health than harmed by vaccine misinformation. So yeah, scope. Okay. I can do this. Alex.
I think it goes the other way too, because like vaccine misinformation could affect the entire population.
Yeah, it can go the other way too, because like vaccine information is widely targeted at literally everyone. The queer community is a relatively smaller amount, so you could argue the other way too. Jameson.
Vaccine misinformation, we're getting smarter about queer mental health. Doesn't matter unless you have.
Okay. Would that be outweighing or would that be refuting? I'm trying to think. Anyone else, can you help me out? That people are getting smarter about vaccine misinformation, but queer mental health benefits are consistent and like always existing. Is that refuting? I feel like it's refuting, but also a little bit of time frame where it's like vaccine misinformation is more powerful for a short term, and then queer mental health is more powerful for a long term. Yeah.
You can have a bit of both.
Yeah.
Sometimes impact, and reputation, all that stuff can blend together.
Yeah. So that's why a lot of the times you use both weighing and refutation. Yeah. Okay. Last one. U.S. power grid collapse versus IP theft.
The power grid collapse would like make a lot of chaos. IP theft affects one person. Or
Incorrect. But
affects less people.
yes. Okay. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Why is power grid better? A better impact. There's more stuff out there. Simpata? Yeah. Like reversibility?
See,
Solvency?
Is like I think solvency is technically a weighing that like can the side actually solve, but weighing mechanisms are kind of up in the air. There's a few agreed upon ones, and then there's some that are gray area. I think
Yeah.
uniqueness could also be argued as an impact weighing mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
Like, does the impact happen in both worlds? If so, then it's not unique. Does the impact happen in only one world? Then it's unique. Therefore, this one should be focused on more. So it kind of gets into a gray area.
Yeah. Okay. There's one more thing that I'm specifically thinking: U.S. power grid collapse versus IP theft. Yeah. Blake, did I see like a little? Okay, sorry. Other way, yeah. Severity. Think about it. If the power grid collapses, I'm not sure if you remember my impacts for that contention. If the power grid collapses, then chaos, societal breakdown, mortality, death. So that's a little worse than intellectual property theft, in my opinion. Maybe you think differently. But okay, why would intellectual property theft be a better impact than U.S. power grid collapse? Max. Probability. That's the big one. Jameson.
Knowledge is more important in some decisions.
Knowledge over lives.
Yep. Knowledge over power.
Knowledge over, like,
Knowledge over communication.
Hey, we survived a while without power. We didn't develop power for a while.
I'm going to move past that. Okay. It is 11:05. Ba-da-ba-da. Okay. So yeah. Okay, now with rebuttal, we also have to think about efficiency. First of all, from like answering everything, that provides two issues. Having answers to everything and having too many answers to everything. Because I know a lot of people have a struggle filling their time for the rebuttals, but how many people have a problem fitting everything into your rebuttal? How many people have not enough time? Okay, then we really have to focus on efficiency and choosing which responses are the most important. Okay, and then in rebuttal, what do you really need to do for organization to help the judge? Signposting, cool, okay. So yeah, blocks, good. Blocks help you like actually have prepped out things to make sure that your responses aren't too long. And this is one example of, I think, Aditya's blocks, where this was Turkey. Yeah, this was Turkey. Where first he says, turn the link. The Russia buildup at the Ukraine border is because of a different thing. Is that really a turn?
It would be a link turn in this case.
Okay, it's a link turn. Yeah. And then you're going to turn it again because Turkey doesn't actually act in the interest of NATO. So Turkey doesn't help NATO instead of helping NATO. Even with Turkey's support, Ukraine can't fight off Russia. And Turkey will never go beyond words in like its actions. It won't actually take action. So this is a way of saying, I have 4 responses, bang, 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 bang. And then it's pretty simple, pretty easy. And then if you need to add time, if you're really struggling, you can add a little bit of analysis at the end and do fancy signposting. Okay, I kind of want to show an example of my blocks really fast because they're a little bit different. Carter and I use more rhetoric than, hold up. Ba-ba-da. We'll have to go to like senior year because, okay. But like, if we go back to Aditya's blocks, like, it's very sentence card, right? Okay, and then I'm going to pull up my blocks. Let's say quals, sure. That was a fun one. Then blocks, and where's a good one? Okay. I'm struggling to find a good one. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Saudi Arabia. Perfect. Protocon, oil retaliation. No? Quals. Sorry for the brief intermission here. Okay. I'm a quick share to Samyok, who's logged into over there. Nope, wrong Samyok. Okay. Okay. Send.
So where's that one?
Shared with me. Refresh. Oh wait, I have to hit share anyway. Okay. There we go. Oil retaliation block. There we go. Let's pull it up. So, if you look at this, there's a lot more stuff written out. There's a lot more stuff planned for us to say, because Aditya is like an international accept speaker. He speaks really well off the cuff. Carter does too, but like we like to plan out almost everything we say. Like, so we plan out signposting, like in their blank contention, our opponents state blank. And then we say first response, then explain the first response, then card. And then second response, explain the first response, card. And then we continue through that all the way through our responses. So in comparison, sometimes we have this one we're lacking a little bit of terminology, but like there's different ways to do blocks. You can also have block files. Does anyone do block files here over like actual blocks or just like plain blocks? Block files. Okay. Can anyone explain what the difference is? But no, that's what's a block file? Anyone? Shane, what's a block file? Okay. There's a few different ways to organize blocks. Some people yell at, or not yell at Carter and I, but are astounded by the way that we organize things. We had a folder of blocks and then just had separate documents for each block, which is one way to do it. Another way to do your blocks is you have one file for all of your blocks, and then if you go to insert, there's a table of contents. Insert, nope, down, somewhere at the very bottom. Table of contents. So then you can have that, and then you can click on each thing, and it'll take you to each block that you have. And it's a way to get really quickly from one block to the other to jump to where you need to go. And the way to use this is just to use headings, go from there, and each heading will automatically appear in your table of contents if you hit refresh on the table of contents thingy. Yeah, the sidebar is another option too. Okay. That's pretty much all for rebuttal, I believe. Más o menos. Yeah? Okay, signposting. Someone give me an example of signposting, really fast. We already did this. Max.
Abbreviations. What?
That's more flowing vibes. Yeah, onto my opponent's contention 1 subpoint A, I have blank responses. Cool. Okay. So yeah, just do that. If you have more than one responses, number them. The less fancy it is, the better, because like it's just easier for the judge to follow, and just go straight down the case line by line. Okay. Anything else to add?
Yeah, generally, whenever you're doing a rebuttal, just best way to do it is almost always just go down like chronological order of the case, contention 1, A, B, C, 2, A, B, C, etc., etc. Just straight down, hitting like things point by point. If you're doing things in reverse order, there better be a good reason, but off the top of my head, I really can't think of many good reasons, because any good case will usually have either like equally important impacts, or they generally get more severe as the case goes on, or it's that sort of link chain contention we were talking about. Cases shouldn't start off strong and then get weaker. But hopefully you learned that yesterday.
Okay. Sick. So yeah, just be logical with it. You can also group things, but still go down the flow. Just say I group their subpoints A and B. Simple as that. Okay. Next thing. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys a little break. You can walk around for a hot sec, go outside, get some fresh air for a little bit. Please be back in here by 25, I'd say. Just go ahead, fill up water bottles, drink water, hydrate.
Please drink water.
Drink water, please. I was dehydrated yesterday and it was hell.
scared of dentists and the dark. I was scared of pretty girls and starting conversations. All my friends are turning green. Yeah, the magician's assistant in their dream. Oh.
Why do I care so much what people think about me? I think I'm gay.
Hello, we're doing Mike again because we forgot. Okay, we're gonna do the same logic drill for all you folks online that we did at the very beginning, but we're just gonna do it with a case for this topic. Okay, then, with that said, I will begin. My partner and I negate the resolution resolved. In the United States, the benefits of increasing organic agriculture outweigh the harms. We do so for the following two contentions. 1, deforestation, and 2, prices. Contention 1 of deforestation. Organic farming is very inefficient. Zimmerman 20 of Columbia University writes, organic agriculture has a 25% lower crop yield compared to conventional farming. Due to less output, organic farms require more land than conventional ones in order to produce the same amount of crops. Delory 19 of Johns Hopkins University finds organic farming used 40% more land than conventional because of ineffective farming techniques. In fact, Savage 15 of Forbes cites that organic farming would require, quote, 109 million more acres of land than conventional farming. That is an area equivalent to all the parkland and wildland areas in the lower 48 states. This would be devastating, as Delory 19 explains. Greater land use is environmentally taxing because it requires deforestation, making fewer trees available to absorb carbon dioxide, therefore increasing carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere. On net, this would completely destroy the purpose of organic farming. Temple 19 of MIT finds clearing additional forests to grow enough food would release far more greenhouse gas than the practices initially reduce. This effect is empirically backed. Vinipal 19 of PBS confirms a wholesale shift to organic farming could increase net greenhouse gas emissions by as much as 21%. This would be disastrous for the world's food security, concern worldwide in 22 states. Higher temperatures and greater CO2 concentrations affect staple crops around the world. Corn and wheat production has declined in recent years due to extreme weather events. If climate change also reduces the amount of food people can access. This will leave the poorest families most vulnerable. People living under the poverty line spend up to 75% of their paychecks on food alone. This leads us to contention 2, prices. Organic food is more expensive than regular conventionally grown food. The reason why is simple. It is more expensive to run organic farms than conventional farms. Not of Us 19 explains, from natural fertilizers to organic animal feed, the prices of materials used in organic farming far exceed the prices of synthetic, chemical, and GMO materials used on conventional farms. Organic agriculture also increases labor usage. Holt Jimenez 16 finds organic systems use on average 15% more labor than conventional farming systems. This is particularly concerning, as Caravolius 2019 reports that increased labor requirements in organic systems creates the possibility for farm workers to be exploited. Impact, food insecurity. First is domestically. In 2020, the U.S. Department of Agriculture estimated that 1 in 8 Americans were food insecure, equating to over 38 million Americans, including almost 12 million children. Devastatingly, organic foods are simply too expensive for a lot of people. McNair 21 quantifies organic items cost an average of 70% more than their conventional counterparts. This effect is also felt worldwide. Coleman 12 of the Council on Foreign Relations explains, the United States is pivotal in the world's food production. Rising food prices affect global food prices, leading to instability. The Borgen Project quantifies that as a result of just the COVID food price increase, by the end of 2022, more than 283,000 children under the age of 5 could die as a result of this food crisis, and 13.6 million children suffer from acute malnutrition. Thus, Lomborg 12 of the New York Times concludes that genetically modified crops are superior. Organic food is for the wealthy, not the poor. Most of the world's inhabitants need cheaper food, so we should focus on higher yields. Use of genetically enhanced crops offers the potential to boost yields, reduce pesticide use, and better the ability to handle adverse conditions like droughts. The evidence is clear. Organic products are neither healthier nor better for the environment. For these reasons and many more, a con ballot is vital. Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes of prep. Use cards if you have them. Use logic all the way through. Get started. Ready, set, 3 minutes of prep. I find that issue-based summaries tend to be a lot simpler and easier for the judge to follow and set up final focus a lot more. It's just what works for you and what works for your team, and if you can effectively go line by line. Okay, what does an issue-based summary look like? Someone. Shout it out. Voters. Yeah, you just go over voters. Okay. So what are some good parts to a summary? We went over some summary slides in our basics. We can pull up the basic slides again. Parts to a summary. Yeah. Pulling through arguments. Yeah. And defending arguments if you're for summary especially. Okay. And what else? What are parts of a summary? What do you need to do? Someone. There are lots of things you need to do in a summary. Okay, Sampata? Cover things that were dropped. Bring that up specifically. Okay. Jameson? Okay. Anyone else? Or Savannah? Not drop your own evidence, so bring everything through. Yes. Explain why you're winning and they're losing. So this is where you have to develop like your clear narrative of why you win. The 3 reasons, or especially at the end, the 3 reasons why you win and why your opponents lose. So, how do you guys flow summaries? Question. Anyone? Just how do you flow summaries? Yeah, Max?
Write down what your opponents say.
Okay, that's a step to writing your summaries. Yeah?
I usually go over what they have as their offense so that I can use it for knowledge and focus.
Okay, go over their offense. Yeah. Like, how would you write it out on your flow to plan what you're saying? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So let's say this is pro case and you're doing topsoil and you have A and B. And then they also have, what else did we have? Greenhouse gases, sure. Climate change. Climate change. With A and B, and then impact. Okay, so, and then you have your case, deforestation and prices. Deforestation, impact, prices, impact, or AB, impact. Okay, so then throughout the round, you're gonna eventually have like a bunch of arrows going off like a rebuttal. Like, what's the response to topsoil degradation? What? What?
Sustainability of like the farms.
Okay. What's your response to climate change on the pro? That organic helps climate change. Leads to more. Okay. Okay. Shane. This is con responding to pro. We're making a rebuttal. Yeah, con responding to pro. What's con gonna say?
Say there's different ways than just organic.
Yeah. Not only solution. Okay, what else? What's the con saying? Shane.
Deforestation would eventually lead for like erosion because there's less trees to hold down the soil.
So another link. Link better. Deforestation. Okay, what else? What are some other responses to climate change? They exist. Shane.
With the increased labor and yields, that would mean that there's, if you're putting in the same amount of work, it would mean that there's more CO2. Just based on like labor and vehicles, etc.
So that's our link into that? Okay, sick. And now if you're pro responding to deforestation, how would you respond to deforestation? Yeah.
Response would be like, even though we just plant more trees, there's like 60 million acres of land, which means that if we have like 6 acres of land.
Just plant more. Okay.
Yeah.
What did y'all say? Like, we just reviewed this.
Kind of, it's like taking for the 109 million acres, it has to take into consideration the farms that are going to swap from.
Okay. Yeah, like
I know what
yeah,
I mean.
conventional to organic,
Yeah.
existing land.
So it won't be taking as much land as stated.
Yeah. Yeah. So, organic equals same yield. Okay, then prices. A tax on prices. Y'all just refuted this. What'd you say? Jameson.
Prices would stay the same if eventually,
They would stay the same if everything became organic?
yeah,
Why?
because then you don't have to eventually.
Not quite how it works because organic inherently costs more to produce. So if something costs more to produce, then the prices will increase for producers as well. Got it? Or for consumers as well. Yeah. Okay, Max?
This is like a probability thing, so it's like not a defining answer, but resources, a lot of the times if they're massively being, if they're going to be massively used, they'll drop the prices so more people will.
So like subsidy vibes,
Yeah.
kind of. Okay, Savannah. Yes, conventional still exists.
I think one of them like the organic market isn't usually like the people in poverty.
Yeah, like
People who want more organic things are.
for wealthy,
It kind of ties into the like coexisting.
but like coexist. Okay, Josie.
Like the supply chain problems that are currently happening with a lot of our farmers and guys are coming from overseas and prices are being hiked up because of that.
So we're saying that organic farming is expensive because of the supply chain?
Yeah.
Okay. Supply chain. Okay, what else? One more, Shane.
Automation.
Okay. That's fun. You're good, no worries. Okay, so Carson, is this kind of what your rebuttal flow looks like, more or less, except for like with numbered responses and stuff? Okay, so then for your summary, what would you do? Would you just link out arrows and condense?
Yeah, basically like link out and say like, right, like row 1, 2, con 1, 2, and then go in arrows with the responses, and then like write under those rows.
Like that kind of?
Yeah.
Okay. So if Pro is saying conventional is killing topsoil health by tilling, which breaks up the soil and releases not carbon. What's my point? Oh goodness. Anyone else running topsoil health? Anyone else? Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to remember what AF. Topsoil. Tilling. Then, okay, pollution and disease. Okay. And they're saying it leads to like erosion dust bowl vibes.
Say the no-till.
Yeah, okay. Erosion dust bowl. Okay, then conventional no-till. Okay, so what would we say in summary about topsoil? What are the most important things for us to bring through? Spitball. They don't have to be perfect answers. Yeah, the arguments are specifically that your opponents easily lose on. So our best responses and our best arguments. So if they're saying tilling bad, we have to bring through that like conventional no-till. So their whole story on topsoil is that tilling bad causes erosion, dust bowl. Okay? So then we have to start off on tilling bad. Then we say conventional solves for this. Then what's their next thing? Leads to erosion. we have our other link to deforestation. So we go deforestation, we link into this better, and therefore their impact is ours. Do you see how we kind of condensed all of this into just this? Does that make sense in any way, shape, or form? Okay, is anyone confused? Raise your hand, please. Okay, sick. So in summary, like, all of this will take 8 minutes. Like, all of this has taken 8 minutes, so you have to turn it into 3. So when you're going, instead of explaining each and every piece of evidence, you'd go say, so the pro's first contention of topsoil is dependent on the fact that tilling exists in conventional farming. We have proven that this is inherently false because there is conventional no-till, so organic farming is not the solution to this, is not the solution to the topsoil health crisis. Then we also link into this Dust Bowl impact better because we show that deforestation will happen with organic agriculture because there are less forests, less plants in the soil that keep it from blowing away, and then more erosion, and therefore we impact this out. Okay, so then you mentioned sources, but like just tags, but you can condense it down into like 15-30 seconds, and then you go over like, therefore we win this point. Easy. Okay, did that clear things up with how we condense down? Okay, sick. So the way to do summaries, you can either do like every voter, or like every contention be a voter. Wow, this marker's hard to open. So every contention be a voter, that's an option. Or you can do where there's a lot of overlap. Because right now, deforestation is also a response to topsoil, right? So these two things are inherently linked, therefore we can put them together. So we can see which one fits better into the other. So if we're con, we probably make that into deforestation just to say we're carrying more of our points through, right? We kind of skew the narrative so we show like we're bringing our points through, deforestation matters more. So you go vote, if we're doing voters instead of like line by line summary, right? We're gonna do deforestation, then climate change, then prices. So first, you'd say, first we're going on to my main voter of deforestation. This includes our first contention and as well as our opponent's first contention of topsoil. So they claim that no-till, and then you go through all of this, but just in a slightly different format, just so you condense it a little bit more inside of your final focus. Okay, got it? Sick. Okay, that's pretty much summary rundown. Try to keep new arguments from existing and new defense. Like, summary shouldn't have new evidence unless it was something your opponent specifically asked for. Ethan, you have anything to add to that mostly? Yeah.
You generally don't want to bring up new evidence sort of stuff in summary unless it is very, very important to bring up, like it was previously addressed and like corroborating arguments. But typically, once you get to like second summary, there really should not be any new cards in the round. It would be something like a defense on first summary kind of thing. But even then, you really don't need many new cards, if any, for summaries. You should just be going over everything that has been said in the round, and that's what you're going to be sorting through and trying to get those voters, getting that crystallization out from there.
Okay, and with the new evidence thing, that's why it's really important that your second rebuttal also at least touches on your own case and puts a little defense there after the first summary has attacked. That way you give your second summary person a lot less ground to cover and a lot less chance to piss off the judge by bringing up new evidence. So if you attack it all in rebuttal, it's a lot easier. Okay.
If you think about it, so if you have first case, second case, my handwriting's atrocious. First case, second case, first rebuttal goes entirely on the second case. Then second rebuttal goes mostly on the first case, but then a little bit onto theirs. So then the first, can you all see this, by the way? It might be obstructed by the computer.
No? Okay.
Okay. But then the first summary has to cover, the first summary is going to have to cover the second rebuttal's attacks on the first case. And since we were already like having that time split there, since second rebuttal again should be doing like 3 minutes of offense, since the summary speech is 3 minutes, that means you're going to have to cover all that plus your own offense that the first rebuttal had on the second case. I love diagrams. And then getting into that sort of crystallization. So overall, it is a lot of stuff to cover in 3 minutes. Like it's up on the slide, you have to cover 20 minutes in 3 minutes. So that's an especially important job, especially for first summary, because you have to cover your own offense, you have to cover the offense that was just put on your case, and you still have to do it in a way that makes the round seem really understandable and really easy. Like we had those line by line summaries. The reason those get so messy is because you're trying to go through every single thing that was going through the case, but again, or every single thing that was going through the round, but again, that's 20 minutes worth of stuff, and even the best speakers will trip themselves up. You want to condense it into like a few key voting issues or contention issues kind of thing, so that way you're able to cover everything in the round that makes sense in a way. You just want it to be coming off as clear as possible to the judge and also clear to your opponents, because I don't think this gets talked about enough, but the more clear you are for your opponents, the better a debate round will be, and you'll both walk out of there feeling more satisfied with the round than if no one understood each other. But overall, like, you just have to cover a lot of stuff in summary, so you just need to work on being efficient there, and just, you really cannot waste time. Summaries also, fun fact, used to be 2 minutes before 2019, or the 2018 into 2019 year. Yep. So her sophomore year, my junior year, summaries were 2 minutes, so it got easier for you guys, so lucky you.
First summary is really crucial at setting up the narrative, because that's where you can first say, judge, pause, just think everything we've been talking about fits under this headline. Like, this is the thesis of what we've been going over. So this gives you a chance to like put the round in your perspective and force your perspective on the judges and make sure that they're thinking what you want them to be thinking. So sometimes the second summary can agree to that, and usually that makes it easier on the second summary, so they don't have to refute an entire framework or an entire perspective or an entire narrative. And then you can just switch the points in the second summary, so you kind of turn them to your side instead of the pro side. Does that make sense? Yeah? Sick. Okay, that is pretty much summary. There's no way to get better than these than just practice and do redo speeches so we can be efficient and like word economy, that sort of deal. So we're going to, mostly tomorrow, we're going to do a lot of drills with summary just so we can practice that after our practice round tonight. Okay, we're going to do a few drills right now. I think they're at the end of the other slides. Those ones, yeah. No. Where did they go? Wait, no. Up a little bit? Nope, okay. So I have the drills in mind at least. Okay. So you're going to be in partners, more or less, and you're just going to talk back and forth to each other. The first one is called Justify It. Your opponent is going to make a random claim, and you're going to say why, and then you're going to be forced to say why it's right. You have to give a reason for why it's right. And then they can say, like, okay, gorillas would make amazing pets. And then your partner would have to justify that by saying, okay, yeah, gorillas can climb things, grab the bananas from the top shelf, I get vitamin C, I'm healthy. Yeah. Got it? Okay, everyone?
Please don't say anything silly like Germany should have won World War II. Let's keep it appropriate.
Don't be dumb. Okay, go ahead, begin. Na da 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 da. Okay.
context, your opponent might be arguing that even lowering the price wouldn't be enough. Obviously, like price increases are probably not going to be a good thing. Wow. Okay. Your opponent's probably going to be arguing that price increases are probably not going to be a good thing. But if you don't have a sort of brink at to like where the price has to be at before you really start triggering the climax of your impacts, then it kind of just becomes a much harder issue to push.
Okay, yeah. Then Bethany, you were gonna say something?
I don't know if this was already said because I was trying to share it, but I would maybe change the last sentence. Like, we say with the poverty level already rising, more organic agriculture would help it continue to grow. It almost sounds like a positive.
But yeah, I agree with that. Like the rhetoric.
If you're helping something, that is a benefit, I think. You want to like make it sound bad because it is bad.
Yeah.
Poverty is worse.
Yeah, like rhetoric is really important in your case to make sure you're making bad things sound like bad things. And
You just don't say help it continue to grow. Cause like,
Like you can make it sound bad.
Yeah.
You want
That's an unquote, so that's their own word.
yeah, it's
Organic agriculture would increase
Maybe help it continue to decline.
I think we use the word help.
no.
Help is not.
Maybe like these price increases would
Make it grow.
worsen poverty. Easy. There you go. Any other suggestions for like rhetoric? Okay, sick. C2. Labor. Let's take a look. That was loud. Okay. Okay, what can you fix? Shane.
I don't know, probably like some more wording and explanation between quotes.
Yeah, right now it's like solidly quote after quote after quote with little like elaboration on how it relates to the topic, I'd say. I'd say just a little more explanation in your own words to kind of like link things together would be good, yeah. What else? Evidence for the impact. Yeah. Once you get to it puts farmer at higher risk for getting injured on the job, we need a source for that. Because right now it's like. Thank you. We're so good at remembering the microphone. I'm sorry, online learners. Okay. Yeah, we need to make sure that we have justification and a warrant for why the farmers are higher risk at getting injured on the job. Because, yeah, it might seem common sense, but without a source in public forum, usually common sense isn't respected much. Unless it's, like, completely obvious, like sky is blue level. Yeah, Josie? Where? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So it's the first one. You just need to unquote that too. And then according to Caravolius 2019, quote. Okay.
And then like source the same source twice, like right next to each other. Like it's
Oh, yeah.
two cards, but it's right next to each other from the same source.
So maybe don't say like according to, or like what are you?
Yeah, like I don't know if you would combine it or.
Okay. So either combine or. Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Anything. Marvelous, okay. C3, I think, exists? Okay, sick. Oh. Wait, can we do pages side by side on this? We can leave it be. We can tell us when to scroll. Or, yeah, we'll leave it there for now.
Okay, we lose 4 words. So just
Oh, no.
mentally insert cause more climate change at the end.
Okay, what can be fixed?
Right at the beginning, so when it starts the source, it kind of, like, the quote starts with, like, the author saying, like, overall, and that's just, like, where they pulled it from the article.
Yeah.
But a lot of times, like, I would cut that or, like, make it smaller so that, like, it flows better when you're reading it, like, in your case.
Yeah, so maybe there's a few extra words. I feel like that's a pretty consistent thing along this too, where the cards can be cut down a bit and just make it smoother all the way throughout and just use your own words too. And that would be really, really helpful. Yeah, Shane?
This is just like what I like to do, so it's easy to get to, so you're not having like 18 little tabs open.
Yeah.
Is like have the source as a link
Mm.
in just black font, so it's just underlined so that you can tell that it's a link.
Yeah, if you have, yeah. Does everyone know how to like insert a link on words that are not the link?
Yeah.
Does anyone not know how to do that? Raise your hand. That takes like 5 seconds to teach. Okay, everyone knows. Perfect. Yes, that is really helpful and it helps you to just get to your sources a lot faster. And I recommend that in almost every case, and it saves space and time and tabs. Okay, what else? Savannah.
By like greenhouse gas emissions, like someone could said unquote, like just simplify the words instead of saying greenhouse gas is what is, just say greenhouse.
Is responsible. Okay. So yeah, I think just going over rhetoric, smoothing things out. Okay. Anything else? Albert. Yeah, because right now greenhouse gases are just kind of like, it's floating out there as an impact, but it's not really saying what that means. Yeah, there's greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, but why is that bad? We gotta fully impact things out and go all the way through. And then Shane, I thought you had a hand.
Yeah, but it is mostly just
Let's hear it.
Alright. So it's basically just what I like to do. I like to abbreviate a lot of stuff, so it's not wordy.
So like cut words out mostly.
Yeah, like greenhouse gas, GHG, or like
Okay.
climate change, CC.
It like when you're reading in case you'll say CC or okay.
I'll have it like memorized, but like just
Okay.
so it's not word.
Okay, that's an option. I feel like that's hard to figure out when you're reading case and it's just easier to have the words, but if that works for you, by all means, go for it. Okay, Carson? What? I can't hear.
oh sorry. So like Temple 2019 source. Do you think it was like a page?
Yep.
But you talked about it half the way, because to me that's like weird. Like there's not a whole lot of context there for me. Like that's a little bit confusing or whatever.
Yeah, so maybe introduce Temple. What would they need to do to introduce Temple?
Maybe just like talk about what demand or like what land you're talking about, because like I feel like it's not super specific.
Okay, it's just talking about like the land used when it's not talking about like the land used for impact for organic farming. Is that what you're talking about or?
Yeah, just like generally give me like what domain we're talking about, like what land we're talking about, because I don't know, it just seemed like really out of context as I was like reading it.
Yeah.
I don't understand exactly what.
Okay, so more context, good. And then I think this is pretty much the end of the case.
Cause more climate change.
Beautiful. Okay. Any last things? Speak forever or hold it for crossfire. Okay. Next case. Drag it back over. Wait. Yeah, it's kind of inconvenient.
If anyone sees the mouse, please let me know. There it is.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, do we want to do con or pro next? Con, okay, another con one. Sick. Okay. Whoop-a-doo. this does not seem fully complete, first of all. So we're just going to ignore that and look at the links and cards that they do have. Okay? Yeah. So let's go contention 1, farmers. Subpoint A, limited yield. Subpoint B, increased labor. Okay. We can scroll down a bit. Let me know when we can scroll. Okay, let's focus on the first card. What can we fix on the first card? Yeah, Carson. Not, dang it, Blake.
When it says like organic yields are 80% of potential, that makes it seem like less of a gap than if you say it's 20%.
Yeah, the wording is too positive for what they're trying to do. There's definitely better sources out there where I've seen like yield is lower rather than saying 80% of, because like 80% of sounds it's above failing, you know. That's okay. So maybe either a different source or just wording it at the end saying 20% less, something like that. Okay, Carson.
I think the 362 studies thing is as necessary for your like case. I think if somebody asks you how they got to that number,
Yeah.
bring it up later on. But I think it's just using time.
Okay. Yeah, another way to do that is just saying you introduce it by saying a meta-analysis of 362 studies concluded that blank. Like there's just an easier way to do that instead of just throwing at the end because it seems like a little out of place. Yeah. Okay. Anything else on this first card? Okay, next one. Subpoint B, increased labor. Okay, let's look at Caravolius 19. Okay. What can be done here?
I like the last sentence. Elaboration.
So like another source to elaborate on it if there's nothing in that source? Okay, yeah. Bethany?
Kind of going off that, if you could find a source that said what happened when farmers are exploited or like why that's bad,
Yeah.
you carry it through, that'd be more effective because right now you're just saying that like there's a possibility
Yeah, not that it's actually happening.
that it wouldn't happen.
Yeah. So just clear that up, make sure there's actually an impact off of that. Yeah, Savannah? Same thing? Okay. Sorry. Anything else? Okay, is there anything under C2? Scroll. Okay. Oh, goodness me. Okay. Let us read. Just raise your hand when you have something to critique. Bethany, yeah. Yeah, definitely elaborating on. Yeah, because right now, wide-ranging environmental consequences is really vague, so it's just hard to know what that means. Yeah, so it might not be needed for exactly what they're doing unless they're impacting specifically to that. Okay. Anything else? Anything? Anyone? Okay, I have a few things. I feel like the name of the contention doesn't really explain what the contention is going to be. So if you have a tagline, that should be able, and you put that together with the resolution, you should be able to understand what the argument is going to be. So impoverished, I don't know if we're talking about farmers, consumers, or if we're talking about just lower class in general, or it's hard to understand really what's going on just from the tagline. And increased shortage is, for some reason, that seems like an oxymoron to me, because it's talking about a lack of things and you're increasing a lack of things, and that, anyways, that's just a brain thing. And if your whole thing is to the increased cost, that can just be an explanation for it. It doesn't necessarily have to be a sub-point in itself, because it's a pretty clear link chain. It's not super complicated. You can just have that under one contention, where it's just like, your story is, you say C2, better tagline, then you say yields are down and that increases the cost. Okay. Moving on. If there's more. Okay, let's look at this is the exact same card. Okay. Anything that we need to focus on in this card? Also, a little thing, I'd name subpoint C a impact rather than subpoint C. Yeah, Savannah.
Why increasing costs actually matter? It's not just saying that
I feel like when you connect it with subpoint C, that's when it makes sense. Yeah, I feel like as long as you have them connected, as long as you connect it to your impact, you're good. Anything else? Okay. Scroll a wee bit more. Okay, what can be fixed? Yeah, Savannah.
like stating that families can't afford like birthday cakes or bringing back their profit, not just saying that, because people can just attack it saying there's still conventional stuff that they could buy.
Yeah, I feel like something at the end tying it together back to the topic and back to your other contentions would be really helpful. Yeah, Adel?
Yeah, it could be way more focused on organic agriculture, because this is just like so broad right now.
Yeah,
It has to focus on the organic agriculture and causes increase in who they will be able to.
yeah. Like, these are just food insecurity stats mostly. They need something connecting them to a price increase or something along those lines. Ethan, did you have something?
Just the same sort of stuff.
Same thing.
They just need to link there between organic agriculture increasing those prices and those prices not being sustainable for lower income families.
Okay, sounds good. Next case, I believe. Unless there's any more questions, any more.
Anyone got any questions or comments for this case? C1, C2, any of the subpoints?
Okay, let's move on. Huh?
It's a good idea. We should do a pro.
I wish we had the music and the speakers working. Yeah. Good question. I'll figure that out. Okay. Oh, goodness. So we're going to ignore formatting.
Whoever wrote this, you don't need to feel that. It's okay.
We will fix it. We're all in this together. Da, da, da. Okay, what can be fixed besides formatting? I'm gonna turn my back to make sure I can actually read Ethan, your MC.
Ideal.
I feel like they could definitely cut a lot of stuff from these, because a lot of it is like unnecessary words, so you could cut the cards and then you could add more.
Yep. So I think that's one that has kind of been a staple throughout these cases. Generally, in a debate case, you should only read what is totally necessary. A lot of these cards could have, like, not even necessarily words, but some of the stats even just don't need to actually be put in there, just because they don't really contribute much more. You want to go through and just highlight the key stats, the things that the crux of your argument rests on.
Yeah, because if you throw too many numbers at the judge, it's hard for them to remember them all. So if you give them a few key stats, that's easier for them to remember and your opponents to remember and for you to bring through. Yeah, Otto? Clean drinking water. Yes, we need some way to make this bigger. Because kind of right now it's... How can it be improved? Numbers, stats. Like what kind of numbers or stats?
Show how much clean drinking water is affected by conventional farming practices.
I think that kind of happened. Should we like health impacts of? Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. What else can be fixed about this? First contention. Throw it out there.
This is completely nitpicky, but avoid anything that says like organic farming uses no chemicals, because that's
Yeah. Well, the source says that, which is really strange. So maybe fact check that and look for a different source, but just say there is no water contamination. Maybe just a random source saying that. Yeah, Savannah.
This is also nitpicky, but don't use a source like water like 2017 because someone can probably post it.
It depends on the topic.
Yeah, this topic I feel like there was a big drop off like after 2015, and then there's like just random ones from here and there, but then like most of it's like 2012 and just like
Like if you were around. Like if you were around for the Turkey debate topic, Turkey being in NATO, like you needed cards within the past month if you wanted to be competitive, but ultimately. We all understand that the Turkey topic was a very post-date topic. It does happen. Ultimately, you just kind of need to do some resolutional analysis and see what's important, like how much has changed with organic agriculture in the past couple of years that a card from, say, 2015 would be easily post-dated, or what would attack the warrants in those past few years that would make these sources no longer true.
yeah, you can't just say the source is old, therefore it doesn't matter. You have to provide like evidence or analysis showing that their link is flawed. Yeah, newer data, you have to show some sort of difference. Yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, this topic doesn't matter as much. Turkey, that was a mess. Okay, contention 2, animal welfare.
So, what is there that we can find problems in this contention? What are some issues?
How can we help?
How can we make this better?
There we go.
Highlighting the sources. If you want to find them quickly, it's not hard to do.
Yeah. Just formatting stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like besides formatting, though.
Yeah. Like the logic and content. Yeah, Sampata.
Like, there's nothing that really like makes it look
Yeah.
like no impact on animal welfare.
So yeah, like it has the quality and nutritional value of the meat, but that's the only thing that really links it to us because we are very human centric people generally, and most judges are too. Yeah, Otto.
Adding on to that, it's just gonna be outweighed so fast.
Yeah,
Every other thing.
easily outweighed. How can we fix that? Is that possible with this contention? Can we fix this contention?
You just need to show like
Raise hands, please. Okay, Shane.
you just need to show like how many people are like consuming the animals for meat and how that's affecting the people because maybe that would the animal eats something organic and then a person might get sick from it. I don't know.
That feels like a stretch. Savannah.
You could probably spin it that the caretakers of the animals, if like, because it's talking about, it talked about bacteria and that, like, so the animals could get bacteria and get sick and then maybe spread that to, or like do something to like the people taking care of the animals, so like organic hurts human life.
That's a possibility.
That's still a bit of a stretch, honestly, because then you'd have to look into like transmission diseases and whether or not people get diseases from the sort of diseases the livestock get. Are there
And-
any other ideas?
And that's one heck of a link chain. Yeah, Otto.
Yeah, I think it's more of like directly how it would affect humans, like not from eating or whatever, but it's how it would affect their like organic or like the organic farming or conventional farming.
What do you mean? So like how it would affect farmers and like their business, you mean?
Yeah, so like if like the animals aren't healthy, like their manure and like their things like that that they use for fertilizers wouldn't be as healthy either. So like all those bad nutrients and stuff would be going into the farm. So
Okay.
that's how it would affect it.
You can find a crop for that.
I think that's closest probable thing.
One thing I think we can see here, especially highlighted in the first sort of section here with CDC evidence, animals getting sick. How good is that for farmers in terms of them spending money? Not good, right? So if all their animals are getting sick and farmers either are getting like lower yields because their livestock grows up really malnourished because of disease, or if they just can't have livestock because of diseases that make them like immune to being sold, or they're just not fit to be sold, then we have
livestock dies.
then farmers lose out on a lot of money. And then if livestock is dying, then that means that supply just won't be there for people to actually buy. So we see a reduction in supply of products
And
that
increase in prices. Think the Texas chicken thing that happened where like a bunch of the chickens died and was it like a flood or something? I don't know.
Something like
a lot
that.
of chickens died and chicken prices went up.
look at the price of eggs right now. Just
Oh, it's
like eggs are not $3 a dozen unless there's something terribly wrong, and that's where you can sort of connect this, right? Like animals getting diseases, getting killed off, they're unfit to be used for livestock. You really, as cool as it is to be concerned with rights of animals, like obviously you're not going to contend that the Khan just shouldn't care about animal rights, but ultimately it is a question of what matters most, animal rights or humans being able to survive. And I think that humans are going to win that debate 100 times out of 100.
somewhat unfortunately. Yeah. Okay, next case I'd say. Yeah? Okay, marvelous. Whoop-a-doo. We won't go through this for too much longer. We'll go through every case we have. We'll try to speed it up a wee bit, try to raise your hands as fast as possible. No, there were more cases. Scroll down. Yeah.
These ones?
Yes, not the Qualls one, but the other two. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's still the same thing. Is this helpful?
Do you guys think you're learning anything?
Yes.
Okay.
What are key takeaways so far?
Max.
Just realizing more impact, like putting in more impacts.
Yes.
Definitely needed.
Yes, impacts and strong impacts, and a number of them. Otto. Otto.
Making sure to actually list the topic.
Yes, topicality. Nancy?
Sorry, I was just saying, like, how the structure happens.
Yeah, like what matters in cards. So, right? Okay. What else have we learned? What? Anything else? Anything else? Very good. Next case. Okay, another pro case. We've it short, but we'll do what we can.
So, first, what can we say about like clarifications, the observations, and definitions here? If this is a pro case here, what would the con have to say about these observations? Or the definition, like the Green Revolution here?
Okay, if you were con, what would you say about this assumption that they're making about your burdens with ground? What would you have to say? Would you agree? Would you contest it? This case is a little different, I'd say, simply because it's a benefits versus harms debate rather than a policy implementation for solvency. I feel like we're going to prove this mostly for solvency, right?
Yeah, usually.
Otto?
I'd agree, but you also have to take into account the fact that you have to say that you're weighing organic and conventional agriculture too, not like which one would provide those benefits or which one would provide those harms. Like more of that sense.
Yeah, not like we would be replacing conventional with organic or the other way around.
Is that what you guys are taking this observation as saying? Like, is that what this is saying, or?
I think it's saying that the con has to disprove everything, but the pro has to affirm something in order to
Yeah.
basically saying it's unbalanced.
That's gonna be the problem.
The slightest increase. Is it, what were you going to say, Carson?
I was just gonna say, I think the slightest thing is very, puts very little for the pro side, because that would say, like, we have one organic farm to the United States, and there's like,
So maybe it's a little abusive? Is that what we're coming to the
There's
conclusion?
like no impact for it if it's slight, then why are we debating this if
Yeah.
it's only a
Like, why
slight
does it matter that much if it's a slight change? Okay, Savannah?
You could just have a framework of cost benefit analysis since we don't have it.
Yeah, just a CBA, I feel like, accomplishes the same goals, right? Yeah? Or, yeah, because it is a pretty long explanation for pretty much cost benefit analysis, but a slightly more gamey cost benefit analysis. Yeah, Anna? Yeah, it seems pretty like rehashing the resolution, which is maybe unnecessary. Okay.
Do we have any problems with the definition at all?
The Green Revolution.
And also organically grown food?
Control plus.
We can format that.
Just for now, so we can see it better. Or, I'm not sure if that'll work. Yeah, it's just the whole thing.
That's assuming
It works. That's what I was.
You can see it.
Yep. Okay. Lucy.
I would be careful with it saying using no synthetic fertilizers because there are few that are the USDA.
Okay, there are a few accepted fertilizers. Okay, but this is also the EPA. So maybe
I just thought
do a little digging into both USDA and EPA, and we should figure out one definition for organic. And if we can agree on that in this whole room, then that'll make all of our rounds so much more easier, and we won't have to be stuck debating organic.
One organization that has like a list of two different things.
Okay.
Are they governmental agencies?
I don't
Okay, I think that's USDA, Department of Ag. Okay, Savannah, you had your hand up.
I was just gonna say, maybe, like, of course we haven't seen the rest of the case, but make sure that the resolution, like, say where it took place, because then you can waste time with Crossfire explaining what the Green Revolution.
Yeah, so just say the Green Revolution in America. Yeah. That if you're gonna use that, then yeah. Okay. C1 environment. With a 1 card. That's a cool card. Okay, what, Nancy?
I was just saying that this is like, you might like in Crossfire ask about like the methodology of that kind of thing.
Yeah, also if we're looking at the source, what would we say about the source? Max.
Well, for one, it's .com,
Eh.
which is not.
I don't
It's not necessary.
I don't think it's nature.com. That's the source. Wait, can you hover over Jennifer Chait? Wait, it's okay. It's the balance, which is, it's okay. But if we look at the actual text of the card, it gives us another source where it shows like the Organic Trade Association. What could be potentially problematic with that? Yeah. What is that organization likely for? Or Albert, what were you gonna say?
It's gonna be interested in organic. It's gonna be biased.
Yeah, it's probably going to be biased because it's most likely advocating for organics and organic trade, and it's an association to promote organic food. So we should look into that, see if there's any methodology issues, or if that's actually the purpose for the thing, organization, association. Yeah, Shane.
This isn't really a critique on this, but it is something that I found. Organiccenter.org, they are very biased for pro.
Okay. Yeah, and
Yeah.
if it's in the URL or if it's a center for this,
Like 2 numbers in the entire article.
yeah. So a lot of things will have like loaded wording and maybe misconstrued evidence, so be careful with that. Yeah, Max.
I mean, they probably know this, but it's missing impacts.
Yeah, it's a 1 card, so like we gotta say why removing those pounds of pesticides is good, which I mean, easy to find. So not too much more work to be done there. Just impact it out. Just tell a clearer story. Okay. Economy. Yeah, Albert. Yes. Go out these doors, down, left, and it's in the little hallway by the stairs you come up. Before the stairs you come up. When you're coming from up here. Okay.
Downstairs.
It is not downstairs. It's not downstairs. It's up here. There's a bathroom up here too.
See the bathroom back here?
Yep. You'll see it. Maybe. Okay. Anyways, economy. Yeah, Sophie. Okay. So no warrant. There's no warrant here. Okay, so we need to find why this probably has warranting in the article. There most likely is. Like, there's gotta be.
Because they took a snippet of it after it had already mentioned.
Yeah. So maybe look a little bit deeper in the article, just make sure there's some warranting for this. If not, search far and wide. And then, yeah, because without a warrant, it's just correlation. Yeah. Okay. Anything else to say about this? Then we can zoom on. Okay. Sounds good. Next case. Maybe.
Anyone else have cases?
Besides, okay. Yeah. I think that's the next one. Drink your water.
So, we have.
Okay. Wow, we're starting right out with a judge call out. Hoo-hoo. Okay. Human health. It's a start.
This one is on.
Pro.
Yeah, we should, it says we affirm the resolution, doesn't it? Did it?
I think so. But like the contentions, eating pesticides is bad for the body, we can assume that this is a pro case because most times the con would not be saying pesticides are bad.
Anyway, reading this, can we see anything different? Anything to improve on?
Anything. And there are things. Yeah, Savannah.
Not just stating that eating pesticides impact your body and then listing the list of like diseases.
Yeah.
Yeah, because obviously people are gonna like not try to eat pesticides.
And then if you just read off the list, technically you would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, anything else on that? Like, what can we do to fix it? What do we need to add?
Just be more specific in evidence and like not
Let's focus on subpoint A first, real quick.
just be more specific about what you're talking about and not just listing all the bad stuff or like what's being affected. Like also give a little bit of like background so you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so like talk about conventional versus organic, then say conventional bad in comparison. Okay. You have an auto? Impacts. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's almost, yeah. So, okay. It's at the top. It's in little parentheses, but it's okay. Okay. So yeah, we need, one thing that's also missing is exposure to pesticides, and I'm not sure if that's like the farmer's exposure to pesticides or if that's like people eating pesticides that are left on fruit and vegetables and such. And then that list is very long, so maybe cut it down a bit. Subpoint B, water pollution. Oh, okay, Maya. Yeah, we're gonna. What we're gonna do after this, we're gonna either choose to head to the library or stay here, and then we're gonna work on cases in blocks, and then Ethan and I or Tuba or Aditya will come around and we'll all help you out. Sound good? Okay.
We can take a democratic vote.
Yes, that is a later us's issue. Okay. Subpoint B. Sophie. Yeah, it's not super linked back to the actual topic. We need to give context. Like, pesticides are used in conventional farming. Like, just that bit is missing, and they're not used in organic. Yeah, Savannah.
The entire contention is not helpful and it doesn't specifically say what these are coming from and why it's from organic and what kind of
Yeah, because we don't have the links, it's non-topical. Yeah. Anything else? I think some of the cutting in subpoint C is a little strange. You can sometimes insert things with brackets if you really need to. Like, organically grown strawberries, like you could take organically grown, just put it in brackets and make sure you know that like the brackets show that it's in your words, and then just put that before strawberries. I'd say that would help a lot because right now it's just saying strawberries contain more vitamin C than conventional, but we don't know what kind of strawberries, so yeah, okay. Contention 2.
Did say organically grown fruit though.
It's phrased in a weird way, and you.
I'm assuming they're just reading the. Yeah.
Is the like important?
Okay, but you're reading all of it?
I mean, that depends on the person.
No. Some of them, yes.
Okay.
We're working on that.
Be consistent.
Yeah, consistency is good. Okay. C2, animal harm. Bees. Bees are wonderful. Okay, what's missing here again? Sophie. Yeah, it needs to link back to the neonics use in conventional agriculture. What else can be done? Yeah, Otto? Yeah, you need to show how organic farming would help. There's a lot of good evidence on that, about bee populations and organic farms. I've seen cases. They exist. Yeah, Sophie. Yeah, impacted out to humans because we know bees are important. Why are they important to us? Why are they important to the world? Hint, hint. Extinction. Extinction. You can get it. You can get it there, or food insecurity. Either or. You choose. Okay. Maybe come up with a clear subpoint for your clear tagline for your subpoint B, because I don't know what that means, and by your taglines I should understand what the argument is. Okay. Any other things change? Anyone? Yeah, just same problems, link it back. That seems to be the main problem so far. Okay, C3. Soil. Biodiversity. Wait. Okay.
This is regenerative organic farming. So be careful about that, because then they can come back at you with just regenerative farming in general.
I don't know the difference. What is the difference between regenerative farming and regenerative organic farming?
Same thing, but it's organic.
Fruits Next, who can explain what regenerative farming is?
It's where you farm, but you make sure that the soil is getting regenerated. So that
Okay.
kind of like that.
Congratulations. Okay. This also needs to show how conventional farming doesn't do this. It needs to be linked back in. I agree.
Live editing case. Let's just
Wait a hot sec. Okay. Sustainable comparison. What here? What can be fixed? Drink your water, don't get dehydrated. Okay, what can be fixed? There are things. If no hands are raised, they're not going to get any feedback and it'll stay like this forever. Okay, Otto.
Wider variety of plants, say like which one, and organic farming helps those plants.
Would that be completely necessary though? I feel like that might be added information.
Yeah, but like some plants help like soil.
Yeah.
So that would be beneficial here.
Yeah, and then yeah, Ben, what were you saying? Yeah. Yeah, some stats and numbers would probably be good. I'm sure that those exist there where you can quantify reduced water or air pollution or whatever you're going for. Okay, then Sophie, you had your hand? Same thing. Okay. Savannah. Yeah, why is sustainability important? Yeah, just throw that in there, impact that out fully. I know you guys don't have impacts, but just remember to always link it back to the topic. Yeah. Okay, more carbon in organic soil. Okay. What's up? What's up with this? Savannah. Explain why carbon bad.
It's just fighting heavy metals and pesticides. I don't know if that's like.
Yeah.
That's
Explain why your things are good or bad. Okay. Sophie? Yeah, maybe some stats. Numbers, always good. Okay, anything else? Okay, if not, then we're gonna. I think that was our last case?
Yep.
Okay, sick. So, we are going to do a vote. Who.
Heads down. Everyone.
I haven't seen. Heads down for a vote.
If you cheat, you're lame. That's sad.
Okay, our options are work on cases in here / in the hallways / in classrooms, aka spread out in this building, or we go to Briggs and spread out in Briggs with people helping. If we stay here, there are more people to help you because two Benedicti are here. If we go to Briggs, it is just Ethan and I. With those pieces of information in mind, who wants to stay here?
Who wants to go to Briggs?
Okay. Hands down.
Hands down.
Okay, we're going to Briggs. Pack on up.